Let's start the day. Start right away with some 25 NL. Let's see if we can finally get out of here. Yeah. Go. What child is this? 3-betting the kings right away. Oh, that's not good flop. Very small. Can check the turn. Yeah, against the recreational guys, we just shekel. There is no way we can fold against a recreational. Even on this card. I know it sounds scary, but with what's left, we just can't fold. Ah, that's unfortunate. So first spot of the day. We lose it right away. That's not cool. At least it was a kind of a small pot. Guy leads. I don't think there's any point in raising, so I'm just going to call. And now we just pot the river. Far bet the kings here. Calling off. Yes, queens. Let's hope we hold. First big pot of the day. Runs it once. Okay. We hold the flop. That's a bad turn, guys. Nice. Change the music. This really sucks. Rewriting the aces here. On an 80, I will check the aces here. Check. I do think we need to check a lot again after checking the aces. This guy just donks. Going to call one. Calling the aces, obviously. Hopefully, nah, he doesn't have the 9 of spades. Very hard when he bets the turn, in my opinion. Very, very hard for him to have the 9 of spades here. It's recreational donks. And jams the river. He jams the river, that's pretty weird. I'm just going to fold, but that's kind of weird. To be quite honest with y'all. Check calling the 8s here. Let me see if the stream is actually working. Yeah, not the best river here on the 8s, but going to check. Yeah. Not very surprising there. That was not the best river. Check, check, check. Against middle position, this 6 kicker is just a little bit too weak for me to value bet, I would say. Is the stream working correctly? Let me just make sure. Okay. Does seem like the stream is working. Calling the 9s. Yeah, we will be check raising, at least at some frequency here on the 9s. It goes slightly larger, which makes me want to check raise less, so I will just check call. Oops, that's a misclick. And here I'm going to actually block the river here. I'm going to call 1. Yeah, 9's also. And now we just check the ace-5. Going for the... Well, I'm actually just going to call. There is no problem in just calling in these positions with ace-king. We don't need to always fast play. Especially against big blind, which is a little bit more polarized range. And they are under 3-bet also, so... Well, but we kind of flopped the nuts, so we will call all the way down. triple donk this one. But now we polarize definitely. We go something like 2/3 and Gem River. This guy, I'm just folding this one, no problem. Just folds, that's okay. We will have bluffs, obviously. And I'm actually going to block the Queen 5 here. Calls, going to value bet now. Does he have a 6? Oh, that's unlucky. That is unlucky. Just see if the stream is actually working and that it was posted to Discord. Why did that open? Yeah, it was posted, so that's no problem. There's a very likely recreational. He check raises, we're going to call. We are going to obviously call the turn. Well, off pot, it makes me want to raise, but let's just call. And we will always call the river unless he starts overbetting. He actually goes for the check. Well, I will still check back. It does seem kind of thin to me. Or betting the ace king suited here and getting it in this positions. There is no way we can get away from this. Well, this guy is really tight though. Okay. No decision there. Which is good. Checking the queen 9 again. And I will value bet the queen 9 on the river. Send. Guy actually raises. I'm just going to call. The kings. Brick. 72. I will check back the kings. Top right. Checking again. And now we obviously value bet the kings. And this king's bottom right, I will actually overbet because I think his range is very depolarized. So yeah, just overbetting for value. That's a misclick. I have like the amount of bluffs I have here is just ridiculous. So he needs to call a lot with the queen, which is kind of what I think he has here a lot of the time. I could even go bigger, to be quite honest. Just make sure that I actually have a delay here. Yeah, that's kind of not what I expected. I mean, I have so many bluffs, I don't mind this call. His raise on the flop is a little bit wide, but yeah, the call on the river I don't think is bad at all, in my opinion. Given how many bluffs I have, it's so easy to overbluff there. I'm actually going to overbluff this spot with the queen jack here. Alright, calls. Oh, nice. Going to double barrel the ace 5 here. Well, and I do think that the ace-5 just needs to bluff here, guys. And the reason is that if we are not bluffing this one, we are just not bluffing enough. I'll bluff something like this because I will value bet the ace-king, so yeah. If we don't bluff this one, guys, we're just not bluffing there, in my eyes. So. Well, once he checks, I will actually value bet twice here against the recreational. Rising higher from the ground you claim. Wish that we could talk the same. Yeah. About the things we love. On the 96, I will actually check the 10-9 here. About the things we love. Going to check again. And going to value bet twice the ace-10 here for value. Yeah, 10-9, going to call 1. Well, it's not 100% a break on the river, to be quite honest. Yeah, he goes 3/4. It's kind of concerning. I do think this is kind of weird, but at the same time I do think and I think this is just a fold against this sizing. Having a 10 is not great, but 3/4 is just too much in my eyes for what I estimate that he will value bet. Okay. Yeah, if he has his check. I wasn't just expecting him to check back that one on the flop. And so once he checks and then value bets that sizing on the river. Well, he probably could fold there, to be honest. That's probably a mistake. In theory, I think it's a mistake to call there. Having a 10 is not good at all as a blocker. Uh, 93, I will check the 2 pair here. Immediately checks back and yeah, on a... It's going 75, I think this is completely fine with our range. And can we call here? I don't know, I will just fold against field. Well... wow, call. Yeah, I'm just going to get out of the way here. We're just too dominated by their ends when we go multi-way there, so... I like putting myself in those spots. Guy goes off pot, I'm actually going to check raise here, and yes, for I'm going to defend. Okay, calling the ace-4 here. Small with 3s. Calling this 4. Well, on the river is interesting. Yeah, he has an ace probably. Oh, king 8. Okay. Bit random. Okay. Let me check back the king 6 here. Once he checks again, I will bet and bet river. Queen's going to check back multi-way here, and the jack 10 just ISO. Yeah, this guy just leads big. Oh, now it's an easy fold, obviously. Important to the notes. Wow. Okay, so this guy... We had the best hand, but obviously we can't call, guys, against the average range there. That's absolutely insane. So check, 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 and now he bets. So he's actually wrapping a straight here. And he has many other bluffs, so... Oh, okay, so he was value betting to pair. Wow. Nice hand. I thought he wouldn't value bet to pair. I think someone might be on YouTube. I didn't open YouTube chat. Just 1 second, guys. Let me just open YouTube to see if someone spoke. What? No. What I ran? Good luck, good luck. Thank you, man. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, sir. Calling here. Nice. Oh no, 100 I will check, and just wrapping it straight. Well, going bigger with the tens here. Going to raise the 8s. Well, we can bet very small, very small. We can check. Both options are completely fine. I think I'll bet really small. He actually raises. I'm going to call one, but this is already pretty close, to be quite honest, because even on heart, I mean, we're not like, it's not like we're happy, right? Yeah, and he keeps betting to third, off pot. We're going to call one. Now he checks. I mean, he shouldn't really be betting random hearts on the turn, so we just check back. Yeah. Well, I don't know about that bet on the turn. It's a bit thin. Okay. Go for the house music. We're betting the jacks here. Just 1 second, guys. Electronic disco. What is disco? Yeah, we have to defend the 7-3 when there's so much money in the pot. We have to defend any two cards against this sizing. I think. I think that's the optimal one. Well, I'm actually going to do this, and this one I'm actually going to check again because he has a big advantage. But yeah, we just overbet the river. Going to check back this one. Well, he calls. Wow, he doesn't value bet the straight. That is absolutely insane. Yeah, that's just insanity. Just gonna they see guys. Queens we will 4-bet. Like 22 blinds, seems fine. He jams, we call. Well, he has aces, guys. Not great. Queen, oh my god. Can we ult? Oh my god, that's fucking crazy. That's very lucky, guys. Well, get lucky. And the ace-10 here. Well, against this sizing, I think we have to call though. And the queen-9. On a 90, I will not bluff, but we could. But I'm going to bluff the river. Over bluffing the river here. Oh, he calls. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I think that's a bluff in theory, by the way, guys. I'm not saying it is. Check back this tenure. Quite a lot. Checking back the turn. And going to check the river. Nice. I'm actually going to bet here something like this. And going to call the ace jack. Oh yes, sixes. That's very unlucky. That's a very small part of his range once he checks back twice. Check, check. I check the ace jack. In theory, this is never a bet, I think. Yeah, we will lose a lot, but we have so many other hands that we can't bluff this one, I think. Well, we could, right? Oh, he has the same hand, so. Actually going to value bet the 10-9 here. A bit thin, not gonna lie, but... Well, this one I like 3x potting the turn here, actually. Something like this. And the ace-king suited, I don't mind just calling when he 3-bets from the big blind. Well, he checks. On a 91 I will just check. He checks again. I think this is a very big odd spot for folds, so I will actually bet something like this. And if he folds the same hand, that's completely okay. Wow, he actually check calls very quickly. Now we obviously don't bluff this one. We have a lot of other hands to bluff. Wow, he actually has jacks. That's surprising to me. So, going to 4-bet the kings here. He calls 997. He has some 9x here. Going to bet 1/4. And yeah, he might have aces, he might have some 9x, but this is just a situation where we just go bet, bet, bet. Well, he might also have some 7x, not gonna lie. But yeah, this is just a situation where we go off pot and then we just jam the river. And if he has better, he has better, guys. That's kind of how it works sometimes. Jams, we call, obviously. Well, what did I say, guys? Obviously, this is just unlucky. Pretty obvious unlucky situation. Nothing we can do, guys. Yeah. Doesn't matter what happens, we are just getting our money in there, so. I think his jam is pretty bad, by the way. Actually going to double barrel the ace queen here. Oops. Bring it through. Queens here, we can call, we can 4-bet. I will go for the call and play post. He bets small, I will actually raise the queens here, and I mean, we're just trying to play for stacks now. Shouldn't bet small on this board, so I will actually raise him a little bit more. And 4-betting the ace 10 off. Fine. Guys, in these positions, we just get in the ace king suited. There is no other way to play this hand. In these positions. Need to think about that one. Need to raise this one. It's recreational leads and leads. Well, I think I will end up calling here, to be quite honest. Yeah. Well, it might have been bluffing some better hand, but this time we got kind of lucky. Just see if the stream is working. What's up, chat? Just drink some water to hydrate ourselves. We need hydration, guys. Don't forget your water. I think this one is a tiny bit too weak for me to barrel. But yeah, once he checks back, I will just pot the. I mean, I will just overbet. Both options are fine. I don't really care. Snap. That's fine. Actually, snaps that. Okay. Continue. Wow. I'm going to block for value with the king eye. I'm going to call the ace-10 with all the backdoors and 2 overs. And yeah, I will block the turn here. Something like this. Taking it down. Calling the 9-8 here. Well, these guys seem kinda crazy. I will 3-bet, but I wouldn't mind just calling. I really want to play pots with him, but 3-betting seems a bit risky against a guy like this. Just because we'll get 4-bet so often, I think. Well, just check calling against the recreational. And yeah, folding the turn. Pretty bad board for us. And the ace-king I will just jam. And check again the king-queen. Well, I will actually bluff this one. I don't think we need to go too big here, so I will just block the river. And hope he finds a fold with sevens and all of that. Very credible line by me, right? Generally on the flush completing cards we don't want to overbet, but when the card pairs like this, we actually want to overbet. Exodus! Yo yo! What up, what up? Never ending juicer one time? True. Let's hope. We can only hope, bro. So this guy's stanking like hell. I mean... Nice, get it through. So very nice, very nice, very nice. I'm actually going to 3-bet sometimes this one. Guy just jams. Seems like a good strategy, bro. You're nervous, man. You are nervous, bro. King 10, bottom left, going to overbet the turn, always, 100% of the time. We go something like 150. Guy actually raises in position. I do think we need to call one. Wow. And this spot is actually not easy at all, guys, because... Well, I will still value bet, but this is not like I'm happy here. Because it's very hard for him to call worse, right? Wow. Just calling the ace king top left. And yeah, we're going to pot the river with a straight here. This guy just jams. We fold, no problem. Oh man, he actually check calls and now check raises. I will just fold, guys, the straight here. I don't think calling is a very good idea in this line. And I'm going to check the 5-0. I think it's a little bit too weak to value bet in my eyes. Goes large. Well, this feels like bullshit a lot to me. Wow. Okay, nice hand, I guess. Calling here. Yeah, pretty bad river. Just going to fold. I'm actually going to double barrel the Jack 10 here. And just betting this one. Checking back this queen, pretty standard. Just don't value it. They just don't value it. Find the tens. Well, we are going to raise, obviously. Maybe I could jam. This is probably a jam in theory. Yeah. This is probably just a jam in theory. Okay. Just calling the raise. Well, this doesn't actually change anything versus his value range. And for that reason I will actually check back. That's a bad river actually. That's a pretty nasty river, guys. That's not a good river, guys. Can we value bet even? I will, but this looks a lot thin. This looks very, very thin, guys. But I will value bet. But this does look kind of thin to me. And if he jams, we just fold. Yeah, this is kind of thin. I'm hoping he calls like king queen. That's basically, I mean, yeah, I think I made a mistake here. I don't even think we can value bet this. Well, we have bluffs, right? For sure we have bluffs, but too many things get there. It's just very hard. Yeah. Guys, this does look kind of thin to me. That's probably a mistake in my opinion. Hello, Soza. Thank you very much, sir. Welcome, welcome. Pots. I will call one. Yeah, we can't value bet when he pots the turn here. And yeah, we'll bluff the queen 5 here. Exploitatively. Well, if he has a jack, he's never folding. Yeah, that's never folding, obviously. Wendelicious, hello and good luck. Thank you very much, sir. Welcome, welcome. Hope you enjoy the stream. Hello, Sosa. I lost 20 buy-ins on the NL10 today. Yeah, man, that's... I mean, I'm sorry to hear that, obviously, but yeah, as a poker player, should get used to those kinds of swings. I mean, the only thing I would say is like, when you have those big losing sessions, if you should take the conscious decision that if you're, for example, not playing your best anymore, you should definitely quit your session. If you feel that you're playing okay, I mean, yeah, that's fine, but if you don't, you should definitely quit your session. And when you're losing 20 buys, like, that's very hard to keep playing the same, right? It's kind of hard. Yeah, we can't value bet here, the king jack, guys. We just check and pray that they check back like queen jack and ace queen. Yeah, when they bet, it's just like... we're cooked, especially when he calls. Yeah, guys, we're... This guy calls 4s on the flop, that's... Mate, that's... You get punished. You literally got punished by the call on the flop. That's not good at all. And then not bluffing the turn, that's absolutely insane. Expecting to be good. I mean, if you call the flop with that, I mean, on the turn you just have to blast off, man. But yeah, low. I feel for you, bro. But at the same time, I mean, it's kinda normal, so you should get used to it, bro. Scotty? I guess? What's that, bro? Scotty. Welcome, welcome, bro. Check back. Yes, check here. Yeah, going to call the turn. We don't bluff the ace jack. Oh, nice. Very small 3-bet, but I don't think we can call. Going to double barrel here, the king 5. And going for the off pot with the ace queen. I guess we value bet here. And now we go for stacks with the ace queen, obviously. Ooh, that's a really nice river. Well, we are all in, guys. Channel your energy. Call. Ace 5. I think if he had ace-5 he would already call. He would have already called, so I think he has a 10 or 9s or something like that. Checks, yeah, kind of similar. Going to actually block on this turn. I'm not sure how this functions, but I guess that block is fine. And now we just 3/4. Well, we could pot, right? If he jams, I actually fold, guys. Just as kings, very likely, very often. Folding this one. I think it's fine. Oh, this is a bit loose. Yeah, this is definitely too loose, but okay. Going to check back to 10-9 here, and going to check back to 4-3. Having a 4 is very bad in terms of bluff catching. Yeah, and it's a recreational. Well, to be honest, I don't mind calling. I don't mind folding. Having a 4 is not great, guys. Oh my god. That's what's bad about calling that end with against recreationals, is that they will just do random shit. Which is annoying. Well, a top pair here, but this guy seems very tight. I'm going to call one. Well, now we improve. Now we are very polarized. We are saying like we have a hand that wants to go for all, right? So I think potting is completely fine here. And if he folds, that's okay, because we will also have bluffs, so no worries. But we just need to go geometric when we are polarizing like that on the turn, and so I think pot is the correct sizing there. King 10 is a very often check back on this board, I think. Call. I don't mind check raising this one as a protection, so I will. Pretty bad turn, right? Gonna check. And he bet small, which is the correct sizing actually. Very nice of him. And we just can't call against under the gun, I guess. Very strong range. More water. I'm actually going to check raise this one. On a 23. Oh, Sosa, it's all good, it happens. Yeah, definitely, bro. That's pretty standard, don't worry. Someone won. Now we'll just take a break from cash games, go by playing 6 max spins. I feel more comfortable, and then I will return to catch while I keep studying and learning by watching streams. That sounds like a good plan. I mean, seems... I don't know, I've never played those kinds of formats. The only thing that I played in the past is like when I was still learning was Adds Up, Sit and Goes. I mean, spins seem like is that profitable? Like pre-rake back? I don't think so, right? It's just you just have to survive on the rake back, right? Seems like the variance in those one in that format is much higher, right? Yeah. Man, I will always be a cash game advocate. So yeah. But yeah, sounds like a good plan, bro. Thank you for joining and enjoy the stream. Hope you get something of value from it, obviously. Okay, force against the sizing, I think we do call. I'm actually going to check raise the force here. Very bad turn. I will block and probably shove in the river. Yeah, I don't think we can fold here. Oh, that's a pretty nasty river. Yeah, this one I don't like bluffing, guys. It's just like too likely that he just does. Yeah, it's just not wrapping enough. I would bluff a lot, but not on this card. I think it's too likely that he just zeros us there. We're just not wrapping enough. Yeah, that was an unfortunate run out to bluff on. Even the turn is already a little bit too much, I think. Let's call the tens here. Well, he goes big. Man, with what's left, like once he goes big here, I do think we can jam. I mean, I don't love it, guys, but it's like, I think it's okay. So nice. We need a ton of protection with tens, and yeah. And I'm going to bluff the king jack here. Nice. See if the stream is fine. Yes, it is. Yeah, just going to fold. These guys seem very tight. Calling this queen, bottom right. Well, still be a hard spot. Guess I will just check back, and the ace king I will keep barreling here. This guy bets small. Going to call. Ah, that's a pretty bad river. because a lot of his range is, I mean, well, yeah. It's very hard to find bluffs here, guys. I mean, just tell me one bluff that 3-bets from the big blind and I'll just bet this sizing, I mean. Unless he has an ace, right? Yeah, what the hell goes for this line? I think he's just super underbluffed here. It's just so hard to find a bluff. Even a bluff is just so hard. On a 90, I will check back this one. Now I'll actually pot the river for value. This one's pretty close, queen 10 here. Beans profitable if you're good at spinning. Calling the jack 10 here. Going to call the flop. So the recreational leads here. I'm actually going to raise here. And jack 10 just checks back. Well, imagine if I had 10s here, guys. What the hell, man? That's so unfair, man. Imagine if I had 10s here. Obviously we can't fold because he can be betting a jack himself, like king jack or something. Imagine if I had 10s, guys. It would be the jackpot. Yeah. Running cold, true. Oh my god. Really? Really? Oh my god, guys. Get 4-bet. This is kinda small, so I will actually call the ace-5. Oh. Can we call here one? Kind of the question here, right? I don't know. I'm just folding to not make a big mistake, because folding is definitely like calling is 0 EV there for sure. Not 0, but pretty close to 0. And if at best, right? And if I'm making a mistake, then we start losing money. So, and when they are tighter, right? It's just with the 4-bets to start with. I mean, it's just a situation where I think it's better to play on the cautious side. not sure about this one. And here we should check back a lot, but I will not check back this end. And yeah, we have to call this end every single time. This is a very good call to 4-bet. Because on these types of boards, for example, right, on the low boards, this is not a low board, but on the low boards we have board coverage and we are doing very good against these ace kings. I do think... Did we just jam? I'm just going to call. Oh my god, man, the worst turn. Really? Really, mate? Really? Oh man. Yeah, and it just goes off pot. Oh boy, what a situation. That's an unlucky turn. What? What the fuck is this, man? I'll just fold, guys, because I don't know what is happening, and I think it's hard for him to find a bluff there. So yeah, I will just fold. And checking back this one, calling this one, and checking this one. And this. My wife should play spin and go then? Well, that's between you and her, bro. No clue. Seven of diamonds, I will call here one. Yeah, this does look like a recreational, so I will just check. I don't think aggressing too many, like, multiple streets against recreationals in 3-bet pots is a very good idea. So yeah, that's unfortunate. We can't call. Yeah, and we just have to fold. Maybe the flop call is not a good idea there. And I'm not going to give up, but I'm going off pot on the river here against the recreational. Just trying to make him full like his random. Yeah, you can see why it's not a good idea to triple recreationals in those lines. Guy calls fours on the turn. But I don't like going too big on the river there. I will double barrel the king queen here. Nice. And sixes I will just give up. If he checks the river on this river, I might go for a bluff. 20 bets, we just fold. Oh, just value betting the sevens. Now we beat the 3, it's very unlikely he has a 9. And he has a ton of bluff catchers. Wow, just folding against that sizing. We bluffed this one off. I actually think that we bluff here, guys. The jack. Yeah, he has a queen, a king. Obviously, I'm not trying to make him fold the king. I'm trying to make him fold like ace 10 and all of this garbage that's the S, which is just in trouble. I do think that's an overbluff there on the river, but I don't mind it. If he doesn't have a king, it will be very hard for him to call. Against that sizing, I think we peel the king jack off with a backdoor flush. And the ace 4 can't value bet, definitely. It's just too thin. I think, at least. Yeah, the anti-juicer turn, sure, man. That was very unlucky. That's for sure. Wow. Check. Do we bluff the S5, guys? I do think we bluff, actually. Like, it's so hard for him to call here. And it's like, his range is so capped there that I just don't care. I just bluff any two cards probably in that spot. It sucks, guys. I don't feel good bluffing there, but I do think it's profitable, to be honest, so I don't care. I'm definitely over bluffing, but that spot is so unlikely to happen. Do we raise this one against this sizing? I do think we do. Calls. Now we can't do anything. We might sometimes win, guys. Keep that in mind. We might sometimes have the best hand. I told you. I told you. So check, check, check. I like blocking here. Multi-way. Well, both of them call, which kinda sucks, right? I will value bet still because this guy's in the pot, basically. Wow, that guy just raises. What? Are you checking back? Yeah, we just fold. Unfortunately, we can't call. We can't call, guys. We can't call there. Call. That seems like a very big net, so our tens are actually not doing great here. I'm just going to check because our tens are actually cooked here, in my opinion. Now I will block for protection. I think he has fives, very unlikely. Might have sixes. Yeah, now he's just check and hope to beat like nines, basically. Yeah, this guy seems like a very big knight, so it's very likely that he has jacks or ace king here. Checks? Yeah, this like the turn bet's just for protecting against like king queen and stuff like this, king queen suited and queen jack suited and all that. That still has two overcards and will fold against a bet. We block one combo of ace-5 suited, which is cool. Going for the off pot on this board. I will keep barreling on a 34. I do think that this end might check sometimes, but on a 34 I will just bet and go for stacks basically. And if he has better guys, and that's kind of how poker works. Sometimes they have the better end and you just have to put the money in. Oh my god, what the fuck is this river, bro? Oh, that's actually crazy that this river comes. Yeah, I think this is just a check and probably a fold. I do not think we can call, guys. If he jams. Yeah. Guys, tell me one bluff. One. This guy calls sevens on the flop. I mean, this is so unfortunate, man. Oh man, we block one combo of ace 10 suited, but he has all the ace 10 suited, so. And I just don't see bluffs, guys. That's the problem. That's kind of the problem, is that there are no bluffs. There are literally no bluffs here, guys. Yeah. He should turn probably like his pairs. If he has any pair, he should turn them into a bluff. Very, very likely, in my opinion. But they are not doing that on average, so. Very unfortunate run out there. Yeah, hopefully the session doesn't go like this. Every single run out being bad. I mean, I don't think calling there is a good idea at all. I really don't. I just don't. I just don't think that's a good idea, guys. And I do think that in theory that end is probably folding. Without the club, by the way. Without the ace of clubs is probably never folding. If I had the ace of clubs, in theory, in practice, it's a different story, in my view. Well, I will double barrel the 9s here for off pot. Now we just check, obviously, and the ace 4 we will just fold, especially against that sizing. Is he going to lead, guys? The most obvious value line possible. Aces. What the hell is happening in these games, guys? How the hell do you have aces, bro? I'm actually going to bet small here on the 9-8. How the hell do you have aces, bro? In the small blinds, just calling like... I don't understand. I will end up over bluffing here the king queen. I just don't care. Very hard for him to call the ace eyes that he has very, very frequently. Oops. Misclick. So I'm going to 4-bet here, but I'm going to fold to a jam if they 5-bet. The 5 I'm actually going to check raise this end. This is a very low frequency one, I think, but on a 5 I think this gets in. We value bet this one. No, it seems very thin. Well, guy 4 bets. Blind versus blind, we do have to call this one. I think, at least. Okay, we have a flush draw. I should go 25 range here. He checks. I'm gonna check back. I really don't want to get check raised with this end. Just realizing my equity. I think that's a pretty good strategy. Well, obviously that's not a good card. That's I think that's pretty obvious by now. But now I will actually bet, because if he has like jacks, it's already pretty hard for him to be calling. So I will actually bet this one. And we get through. But I don't like betting small there. The reason is that our range doesn't support a small bet. We're just saying, okay, we have a hand that is going all in on the river, right? So we just polarize on the turn. We're not saying we have a weak protection bet, right? We're saying we have a good hand, like ace queen, right? Well, our value range is also very, very small. On this roll, I will check back this check. Now we bet. Very small 3 bet, so I call. Wow, he actually check raises. Very small. Well, against this sizing, I think we have to call one. And just overbets, we just fold, guys. No problem. I think calling is a very good idea on the river there. 28 here. Check folding the flop. Can't continue on that flop, even with a backdoor flush. It's just too good for in position. Even against the small sizing. It's just too good, I think. I don't think we can continue. I might be wrong there. If we can, it's like very, very close to 0. So this guy actually bets bigger on the flop. I'm just, well, I don't mind both options. I will check raise on a 16, but I wouldn't mind just check calling, and I think that's the most standard option. Going to 4-bet the king queen here, and going to check raise the king 4 here. And now I'm going to check this 5, just very little equity. Going for off pot with the king queen here. I'm actually going to raise the king queen on this one. And just going to pot the king 4 here, just folding this one, checking the king queen here. Yeah, pretty unfortunate spot here. Yeah, very nice strategy by him. We fold. Get it through here. For the up pot to the king deuce. Okay. Yeah, the ace king, which is playing for stacks. Oh yes, force. It's an overbluff obviously, but I don't mind it. I don't think that end plays like that ever in theory. But I don't mind it. On a 14 I will bet this end. Check call. I'll actually double barrel this one. Well, we don't have great blockers though, so I will just check. Our blockers are pretty terrible in this situation. Going to 4-bet the ace king and folding to jams. There is no way I can call here to any of these guys in these positions. Yeah, we just fold to the jam, no problem guys. I don't think calling is a very good idea there. Against population. Going to pot here the turn with the ace-8. Yeah, against the I actually don't like this at all. Against the recreational on the turn. Now I'm going to give up. Yeah, this is the problem, is that they call lands that should immediately snap fold. Yeah, I just don't like that at all on the turn against recreational. Squeeze the ace king here, going to bet there. Call this one, and here I'm going to bet again. Oh, come on, bro. What the fuck is this turn, man? This flop. Oh my god, bro. This challenge has no limits, man. Against this, I do think we call one with a 10-9 here. Bit loose, but... yeah, we bet off pot. And I'm going to bluff here, the queen. This one. Guy just bets big. With a backdoor flush I will call, but this is pretty close to be honest. Already. Okay, checks, that's a good sign. Going to check. Yeah. Kind of a problem there, I guess. And on a 26 I will double barrel the ace king, and this one actually goes for double and triple, very likely. Maybe a little bit too big on the turn here. And yeah guys, we will jam here. We have all the other pairs, we have ace queen, so, and we have good blockers and unblockers, so I will jam this one. Oops, that's too big on the ace queen here. Get it through. That's a mistake here. That's a big mistake. We get it through at least. Get lucky. That's too big on the turn there. Guys, we really need to win something. Like, we need to run normal at least, so that we can actually move up to 50. If I keep losing like ace king to king 6 pre, it's going to be harder to move up fast. On an 88, blocking the queen, because we block his checkbacks on the river, I'm going to check and trap. That is fine. Going to call the 4-bet here, pretty standard. Oh, that's a bad flop. That is a bad flop, guys. This guy bets small. I'm going to call one. 10% with the 10 of clubs, I will call one. What a fucking turn. I will check, but we have to call against the recreational here. Yeah, we just can't fold guys ever against the recreational. Yeah. Now we just fold this one. At least we hold there. Ace jack we can call. Very little 4-bet, going to call. I will check raise this one. Small. Nice. And I will bluff here the 7-4. Maybe for something like a slight overbet. Nice. Playing pretty aggressive today. I mean, we're not playing aggressive, we're just finding the aggressive spots, which it's fine. 9-8, just check calling on this roll. Well, we have a pair now. We're going to call the turn. And the 9-8 is too weak to value bet, too strong to bluff, so we just check. It's fine. Water. I am going to call the exchequer. Well, I have to call one. And I'm going to bluff now the ace-9 with an overbet. Actually double barrels here. Going to call. Well, I don't think we bluffed this one. Why are you betting the turn, bro? We had so many outs, man. Oops, that's a misclick. Well, on this card we're very, very, very happy. Just going to bet. Just snap folds. That is fine. We will have tons of bluffs there, so. I will bluff the exchequer. Calls. Yeah, ace jack just doesn't bluff in this scenario. Yeah, we still have some showdown value. We shouldn't, but against these guys we do. By 3, I actually don't mind calling again here. Well, that's a pretty shit river. In it. Dan, good luck, good luck. Thank you, man. Welcome, welcome. Raise pretty big. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Picking up those pots. Pots and pans. The 8 here is just, it should be a fold on the flop. I was a bit distracted. Didn't notice that this guy called. This is just a fold. This is just a fold. But I will actually raise now. This one I will do this. Yeah, I will actually raise this one. And going to bet the queen 10 here. Fuck off, man. The guy actually bets small. Doing this. Nice hand. I mind betting sometimes this hand. Pretty bad river here, and the 5-4 we have to call. Yeah, pretty bad river. Let's call the 5-4 here. Now we just jam, obviously. This is a pretty easy jam. And I actually think he should, if he has overpairs, I think he should think about them here very, very hard. Well, seems like he has it. Fuck. Nice. Maybe not. Maybe it's just posturing. It's like so hard for me to find bluffs there. I have 10s, I have jacks, I have 7, 8. Yeah, and the bluffs are very seldom. Is this a call? I don't know. Might be. Oh, he checks on a 15. I will bet this one. A 72, I will just check call this one, and going to check on a 91 here, but we are bluffing the river if he checks again. Yeah, we're just bluffing now. We will be bluffing, guys. Nice. Go. Taking a lot of little pots down, right? It adds up, guys. Oops, that's a misclick with the deuces. And yeah, this one, I will just go for the overbet. King Queen just checks. Ooh, snap. Check 10, snap. Okay. This guy's too needy. I will actually make an expo full there. Should lead here. I'm going to check raise this one on a 6. Going to block the 6s here. Going to go something like this on a 19 here. Actually raises. This full of shit or what? Yeah, this guy seems very nitty. Oh man, that's unlucky. Off pot? This is just a fold already? Against Alf? I know, I'll call one, but I don't love this. If he checks on a lot of rivers, I will bluff this one, though. Yeah, we just have to bluff, guys. We just have to bluff this one. Just going for something like pot to me seems okay. We have a jack, we have straights, we have flushes, we have a lot of shit. I mean, if he calls ace king, congrats, because I do think he will lose money in the long run, so. Or aces or whatever. Maybe I should have overbet or even jam. Getting it through. Small ball. Small pots. Getting a lot of the small pots right. I'm just going to raise and get it in with a straight here, guys. And on the king queen, going off pot on this board. Yeah, just going to get it in against recreational. And on the king queen, going 1/3 here. Nice. Nice, 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 nice everywhere. Oh yeah, I'm bluffing the a6 here. This king on top right can be a jam. Just a jam. Straight away. Go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Taking a lot of pots down today. Snap check, I'm going to bet on a 13. Calls. Yeah, this is a turn where we polarize. This hand just doesn't fit the mark there, so just going to check. Very good river now, because now we beat his better. Yeah, value betting. He has a queen himself. Oh, he has aces. Oh, what a turn. I do think that we check quite a lot on this turn. I will check. Check calling, obviously. Nice, we win. We could check raise this one on a 9-2. I will just check call. What happened here? I bet the flop. It's a pretty frequency check, so not sure why I bet the flop there. Yeah, just going to get it in here against this guy. Checking this one, folding. He pots, I just fold. That's fine. And yeah, the king jack, I will just bluff like small. Because if they have a king, the queen, they are never folding. I'm just trying to put, yeah, this guy is as a queen, very, very likely. That's fine. If he has like ace 10 and shit, all of those hands are just snap folding, so. And my value range doesn't really support huge sizings. This board is overbet or check on a 61. This hand I will actually check back. He checks again on 100. I will check back again. But on the river, if he checks, we will check. This end just checks down. We could bet the turn with this end sometimes, but once he checks down, we just check this end. That's fine. Pretty close there. Ah, we'll just fold, but this is very, very close. Guess this sizing... I'm not sure what the hell this sizing is. Guess we call one more? I'm not sure about this. Ruteller GG. Why do you restart the tables? Welcome, welcome, sir. First of all. Yeah, I don't think I bluff ace high here. Just too much. The ace 8. I will call one more, but I wouldn't mind folding already, to be honest. I restart the tables because if you see, like, I've been going through rough variance at 25, and I'm just trying to reduce the variance by when you play very deep, the variance goes way high, and so we so yeah, just trying to reduce the variance, bro. That's all. To move up faster, so that, like, I could also run very good deep and just move up even faster, right? But I'm trying to maintain my... Oops, that's a 3-bet. That's a misclick. I'm just trying to not have a ton of variance when I'm playing such a small sample size at each stake. Python Poker with ace-6 bluff. Sometimes I see you bluff 75 to 125 range. Going for off pot here. Oh, as a range of bluff sizes, do you have a heuristic to bluff size, or is it multivariate based on the individual and actions? Very nice question. Welcome, Python. How are you doing? I saw your, by the way, I saw your little bit. I didn't see everything, your video. I watched your, I watched. Sorry for my English, bro. I watched your video, your last video, episode 4. I'm thinking it was episode 4, right? I'm not sure. Anyways, we were playing Club WPT Gold. Very nice to see you produce content, bro. Happy for you. Yeah, regarding your question, so that's a very complex question, and the reason is that, yeah, this really sucks. Off pot. Yeah, guys. Well, I call because he bets off pot. Yeah, it's just like, there are no bluffs here, but who the hell knows if he's betting ace jack or something with that sizing. So that's a very complex question because let me try to explain while playing, because that's a very, very complex question. So it's kind of hard to play and explain at the same time. Let me just play these 2 big ends and I will answer. Just 1 second. So this one I will raise, this one I will bet. And I will jam the river for value. I mean, if he has better, he has better, guys. He will have ace king the same hand a lot, so. Should only have nines as better. Wow, he calls down jacks. That's... Yeah, that's a recreational. We can bet, we can check this one. I'm going to bet. So, to answer your question, my philosophy when it comes to these things, it's basically I have one sizing for the flop as a simplification. So I only pick one sizing. So let's say I see a flop and I think, okay, what sizing will I use on this flop? Yeah, this is just a fold, guys, on the turn here. Very under bluff spot. So I think, okay, for example, here I know that I will use 3/4 or overbet. We could also use overbet, but 3/4 is completely fine. So I just think about one sizing and I use the bets, the hands that want to bet, I just use that sizing on the flop, right? On the turn, it's the same thing, so I will only have one sizing. And it doesn't matter if I have a bluff, if I bet any value hand or bluff, I will just use that sizing. So I decide the sizing prior to know if my hand is betting or not, right? And this is very complicated because knowing what sizing to use is one of the, in my opinion at least, one of the most complicated things in poker. This is how you actually get better. To know what sizing the solver prefers, for example, in a spot, it's not easy at all. Okay, for that you need to understand the mechanics of the game, which is what I'm always talking about, right? But then on the river, I will use two sizings. So I will pick two sizings that my range wants to use, and I will just use them. Now, for me, it doesn't matter if I have a bluff, if I have a value. I should bluff this one. Yeah, I should bluff this one. That's a little bit distracted. So it doesn't matter if I have a value and if I have a bluff. I mean, I will just pick two sizings on the river and I will bluff them. And I will bet those sizings, right? With bluffs and value hands. So, but that really depends on the board, right? Because sometimes I want to use a... I do think that we bluffed the threes here. So, for example, in this spot I will have like 75 and overbet. Or pot and overbet. I will just overbet this one. Going to squeeze. So I only have two sizings, right, on the river. Now, it really depends on the situation, the positions. To figure out what those two sizings are, you need to figure out how your range looks. That's like the main question. It's like, how does my range look, right? And once you figure that out, you will know the sizings. Queen's calls. Pretty shitty flop. I will just check here with my range multi-way. Like, they have all the sets here. This is actually pretty annoying, guys. If this guy bets, we are... Oh, now it gets worse. Well, we check again, obviously. Going to call queens one. Yeah, this guy just shams. What the hell are you doing, mate? And this guy just shams. I just fold the queens. No problem. Blind versus blind, the ace king just goes in. Here is a obvious fold. Yeah, this guy just flops the nuts. So sorry for stopping and pausing, but it's kind of complicated, man. It's one of the most complicated things about streaming. It's just trying to play and explain stuff at the same time. So sorry for that. So the first thing about the question is that there is no bluff size, right? There is my range size, right? So that's the first thing. So first I figure out the sizings that I'm going to use: flop, turn, and river. Like I said, one flop and turn, one size, one flop and turn. And on the river, two sizings, right? That's kind of the thing that I'm going to use. I'm going to check back the squid here. Well, we don't get there. It's over earlier. And against off pot, even less than off pot actually. I do think I need to call this one, guys, unfortunately. Yeah, you can see, like, this time he had the same hand, but you can see what I mean. And this one, I will just pot the river. Snap. Yeah, that snap's not good at all. But okay, against the field, he's losing a ton of money there. So that's kind of the first thing. Now, figure out the sizings, man, is just too deep for me to explain. Like, it's just too complicated, bro. It's just like that's the whole point of like being good at poker, is just like understanding what sizings you actually want to use in each spot, and it's a very complex topic. Now, one thing I can say about the bluff specifically is that generally this doesn't apply every single time, obviously. But generally, with your bluffs, when you have good blockers, you generally want to size up. And the reason that you want to do this... Oh, great. Deuces doesn't value bet. Very nice. Very nice strategy there. The reason that you want to do that is because when you have good blockers, it's less likely that... Just 1 second. So when you have good blockers, you just want to size up, okay? Because you want to duplicate the range. This guy check raises, and this guy triples off. Pretty small sizing. Oh man, this shit really sucks, guys. Going to block. We call here. I mean, he shouldn't be bluffing with the king of clubs, so the king of clubs is actually a good card, so I'm actually going to call. I mean, we can't just be calling it. Yeah, he has an ace, but we can't just be calling the. I'm going to raise this one. So generally speaking, this will not apply every single time, but generally speaking, with your bluffs, you wanna go bigger with good blockers and smaller with bad blockers, basically. It's kind of the main idea. That's kind of the thing. So one sizing flop, one sizing turn, two sizings river. I first decide the sizings that I'm going to use, and then I look at my hand, I see if it makes sense, right? If I bet, I am only using one of those two sizings, basically. So for example, in this spot, I'm just going to use like something like a little bit more than half pot, right? And I do think that my hand will bet very frequently, so I just bet it. Right? I'm not using like different sizings because I have this hand. I'm just using one sizing on this turn, and that's it. Do we bluff this one? I mean, I'm actually going to bluff. for the big overbet here. Nice. Actually, I should have one shove sizing there probably. Gotcha, and thanks for watching. I guess it depends on in pre-flop action too for polarization. Yeah, it depends on a lot of stuff, bro. Depends on the formation, so which positions. Depends on the context of the end, so which actions took us to the river, right? Uh, it's a very like for me, it's the most complex topic, and it's like one that if you master really well, I mean, you will probably crush the game. Because if you figure out what sizings you should actually use, I mean, you are definitely crushing the game. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I should call there. Probably King Jack. I don't know. To be honest, I didn't study limp 3-bet ranges. So yeah, that's the most complex topic of poker in my opinion, and like it's not easy at all to it's not easy at all. I'm going to shove because this guy is short, right? So on the button, I don't know. I have no clue. I guess it's fine with the ace-9. I don't want to induce. I don't know. For example, on this turn, I will just use like 60%, something like that. And I think this end bets for protection and all of that. So yeah, very very dense topic, bro. Like that's like the most difficult stuff. Like it's such a difficult spot and very dense spot to topic to talk about. It's like you have to go deep into the lab and understand how things actually work in poker, the mechanics, and like obviously I'm not saying I know everything. Keep this in mind. I'm just letting you know that that's like kind of what I study a lot, right? Well, this guy bets small. I'm just going off pot for value. I don't care. And I'm still trying to perfect it, man, and I'm still far away from it, right? It's very, very hard, very, very hard to perfect that, and you will see a lot of the really good players nailing down almost every single time what sizing they should use. And if you go into the solver, you will actually see that. Do I raise this one for fun? I'll actually raise this one, guys. For fun. Trying to fuck with him. But he calls. Yeah, I don't think I'm bluffing now. Yeah. I think we had some full equity on the turn, but not anymore in my opinion. If I shove, this guy's probably a recreational, so. I think he's folding over pairs there, guys. Well, he probably had a 9 actually, so that's not good. Tens should, like, this board is high frequency check. A ton of 15. Wow, the guy just check raises. Is this a call? I do think so. Think about the amount of bluffs he can have. Yeah, but he has a king. Pretty bad turn. He checks. I don't see why he would check here. Doesn't really make sense. But tens is just too weak to value bet, so I really don't have a straight here. Very, very seldom that I have a straight. So, like, his sets and all of that should continue to value bet, right? and go for stacks. But I'm gonna check. Well, that's not the greatest card. You can have a queen sometimes check raising. Now I just check, obviously. Yeah, that's not good at all. That I don't mind the flop check raise, but then the turn check and the river check especially. I mean, that's you just have to get some value there. Once I check back, I mean, I don't have any bluffs basically when I call that flop. I'm not value betting too light or light at all. I shouldn't very likely on that board, and so you just need to get value. I really don't like his check there on the river. Yeah, 50 blinds deep checks just gets in. I don't care. If he has better, he has better. Ace King goes for the 4-bet. Oops! Holy shit, what did I just do, bro? I opened to 12 blinds, guys. That's obviously a misclick. If you just joined the stream, that's a misclick. I don't play like that. Yeah, going to call the flop here. He checks. Can we block? I do think so. I will just block. We block, like, the only sizing I'm using here is just block, by the way. I'm not using any other sizing, just block. Value ends, bluffs, I don't care. That's the sizing I'm using. And if you go into the solver, you will see that we just use block there. And this is what takes to be good at poker, right? Understanding, I'm pretty like 100% sure that we just use the block sizing on the turn there, in that spot. But we don't always use in 3-bet pots, in that, like it's just on that board in a 3-bet pot in position, we just use the block. On a 24, I will actually double barrel this one. Well, equals. Half pot, I think. Now we don't bluff this one, we have others. Well, this guy just leads. I do think I fold now. With this guy behind. I wouldn't fold if this guy wasn't behind, by the way. When delicious, how important is bet size on like 5 and L? I mostly use the center size every game. Just 1 second. One second. I mostly use like the standard bet size every game. I bet strong, strong, and large on every outs board, something like this. That's something like, yeah. But that's like if you want to improve in something, like if you want to improve in poker, you actually, like, one of the main things is actually understanding why the solver is betting certain bet sizes in a certain spot. That's like I this is just my opinion, obviously, but I think that's like the most important thing in poker, because to know that, you will have to understand the game very, very deeply. And so you need to figure this out, right? That's the most important. And yes, it's important at every single stake. Very important, because that's how you actually maximize your EV. Like that's how you play good poker, right? For example, on this board, when he checks here, I'm just using overbet on this flop. So when he checks in this spot, I'm just using this. Now, does this hand fit? I don't think so too often. On a 43, I will just check. This hand probably bets at some frequency, but not enough. Now, there are some exploitative reasons, right, to actually do some certain stuff and all that. But my advice before starting out with the exploits is just understanding how the game actually works. And now we'll just go for the 75 here. I will just check all. Wow, guy actually overbets. We have too many outs to be folding, I think. So I will call one more. I don't like raising because this guy seems too tight. So I think his range is actually very, very strong. And so I'm just trying to... Like, I have too much equity to fold against his range. But I think this guy is just too tight for me to... I would raise against a good regular, like a aggressive regular, right? But against this guy, I'm just not raising. I think it's burning a little bit of money. Yeah, I would say, like, to answer shortly, sorry for the rants, guys. I try to be as short as possible for you guys, but it's a very interesting topic, so I generally rant a lot. To be very short, yes, it's important at 5-0. And you will eat your head against the wall many, many times when studying this. And it's very frustrating because a lot of the times you will see that the solver is not using the sizing that you thought it would use. And so it's very frustrating, right? I should have bet this one. Going to check back the king queen on a 68, and now I bet this one. Yeah, but now we just value bet this one. Well, I do think his range has a lot of trash. Blocking an 8 I will actually check because he will check. Like, how can I explain this? He will check the 8x behind, and when we block that, it's more likely that he reopens the action and we can get more money by check raising, right? Does this make sense? I think it does. Oh, he shoves. Wow, he shouldn't shove anything. Well, I'm folding. I'm just posturing. Like, what are you doing? Well, he's never bluffing, but I'm just like, yeah, you're not bluffing, mate. He shouldn't shove because I have the ace kings in my range. Python Poker, that board was blocked, but also given the check, it makes the block more profitable with bluff combos. Great for value too, it seems. Need to incorporate that more. I can remember the specific board you're talking about. But yeah, I would say that if you want to focus on something with a solver, definitely focus on what the preferred sizings are with that the solver uses. And guys, I mean, sorry for the plug, but I will plug it because I really think, like, I've been using this tool for many years. So guys, if you wanna do this, and actually GTO Wizard offers this, is that they offer a specific thing, which is you input a couple of sizings and they just give you, let's say you say, I just want to use one sizing on the flop, like I was saying. You give GTO Wizard multiple options, and then it just tells you what the best sizing will be that will maximize Stavy with your range, right? And that's a very, very good thing that you can't actually do with other solvers like BioSolver. You can't do that, but with GTO Wizard, the AI version, you can do that. So, guys, if you wanna sign up to GTO Wizard, use my code. You will get 10% off. You will get 10% off on your first purchase. And if you sign up, not my code, my link. If you sign up, you can get pre-flop ranges for free. So just sign up. It's completely free. The pre-flop ranges, all the pre-flop ranges are completely free. And if you want to study, like I'm saying, like the AI version is definitely very, very good for that. Because you can just tell it, okay, between these three options of sizings on the flop, what sizing is the best? And it will just give you the solution, right? Which is amazing for what I'm saying. So, can we value bet the sixes? Well, I do think so. It's kind of thin, but I do think so. For example, in this spot on the river, I will have 1/3 and 3/4 probably, not. And that fits the 1/3. I don't think I will have too much overbet in this line, and the reason is that I checked the turn, right? So, if you think about it, what the hell? He checks the turn. Like, doesn't this seem a ton of bullshit? Because he checked the turn. Wow. So you check the turn. What the hell is happening here? Unless he has like ace-8, which I block. I just don't see. Oh, king-8. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. This is under bluffed, but it's just like he checked the turn, so nice check by him on the turn. I wasn't expecting him to check to pair there. Yeah, we break out. Nice hand. Like the ace-7 is definitely an overcall there. But I just didn't expect him to check the turn with 2-pair. And he's wrapping like full house there. He can't have, it's literally impossible for him to have an 8. I mean, not literally because he's still, yeah, maybe my call is actually bad now that I think about it. Because he can still have like queen-8 and jack-8. That calls the flop with a gut shot. Oh, that's not a good flop. Oh, has a queen, as jack? Fuck. Yeah, I'm actually going to block here. Am I? No, I'm just going to give up. I just think he's range kings. Queen 8. What? 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 Queen 8? Off? Okay, mate. I guess. I mean, I thought that this range would be too strong, but seems like I'm completely wrong. I think this just jams here. And yeah, the aces too. Yeah, the aces too. And okay, call, shook. Too much action, guys. Okay, we win one. Ah, come on, bro. Yeah, the progress is not correct, guys. I forgot again. I'm always forgetting that. Sorry about that. At 22 I will bet. We need to check some of these ends. Yeah, I will actually... Sorry, I'm just opening the tracker to update. To update that. Just 1 second, guys. Just 1 second, guys. I will update that. I need to filter out all the ends that I played at higher stakes, so that we can actually see the results set from the challenge. And the guys, I'm trying to do many things at the same time. And the stake is below less than 25, I know, right? Plus 30, I know. Yeah, that's it. So, okay, so now let me take a screenshot of this. I think this is correct. Yeah, let me update that command. Playing 3 tables because I'm doing this at the same time, guys. Just 1 second, guys. Progress. Let me update. Okay. I think it is updated now. Should be. Let's see. Yes, now it is updated. Okay. Open another table. Alrighty. Yeah, Queen 8, what the fuck, man. I really thought I didn't have I didn't have any full equity there, man. So I just like, that's a mandatory bluff, I think. Like that's the bottom of our range. But I just didn't think I had any fold equity there. But it seems like he had queen 8 off. It's actually crazy because like he has so little showdown value there. It seems like, yeah. I do think that this end bets very often. Wow, we got 2 ranges. I will just check back and realize. Here I'm just going for the pot because this guy's shorter, otherwise I would overbet. Fortunate. Oh, what a river it would be. That would be tilting. Does he really call all in with 7-7? What do you mean? I can't remember the end, sorry. Sorry guys, I'm pretty bad at that. What are you meaning with the 7-7 there? All in 7-7. You can explain the end of it, I will answer. But sorry about that, guys. I'm not very good at remembering what happened. This is definitely overbluffed, so I will just call. Yeah, yeah. This is never a bluff on the river. He has so many other ends, it's just overbluffing there a ton. Sometimes we can check raise this. I guess I will. Well, snap call. This is a very good turn for us. So I will actually continue for... We don't need pot, we just go 75. Nice. You see that this sizing doesn't make any sense. So you can see that this player is a regular, as you can see from his stats, but is using sizings that don't make any sense. The reason that it doesn't make any sense to bet this sizing is that on the ace he really wants to polarize, right? He wants to say, I have a hand really strong, or I have a bluff, right? Because I have an advantage in the ace-x region, right? And so this sizing doesn't make any sense. Wow, that's absolutely crazy to me. He doesn't value bet the ace-9. So you can see that that's like very important to understand. I'm going to 3/4 here, just 3/4. And I will bluff, yeah, on the 9 I will bluff, definitely. Here I'm just going to block with my range. Yeah, this end's now too weak to bet. Yeah, I'm just going for the pot size bet here. If he has a 10, he's obviously never folding, but he has many other things. Again, yeah, if he has a 10, he's never folding. Again, this is not a good sizing. He should definitely polarize here, so... Just going to fold. But it's very hard, right? And that's what distinguishes the very good players, right? And the better you get as a player, the better you are at that. I'm actually going to bluff the nines. Do I need to? Nah, I just don't need to bluff the nines. I have other hands to bluff here. I don't need to go with the nines. Yeah, very unfortunate because it's very likely that he folds a lot of his range, but the nines is just too high up, I think. We have like ace five, ace jack, all of that to bluff without having to reach for the nines there, I think. Butter. I will 3-bet this one occasionally. I'm going to... You see, this is very hard because I don't know which sizing I should use here. I'll check again. I'm going to check back this one. This is a spot where we polarize. If we bet, ace jack is not strong enough on this board in this context against his range, so we just check. And I do think that we can't get to streets of value, so I do think that we need to check again. But if he checks, obviously we value bet the river. Yeah, now we just value bet for sure. And we are saying we have an ace, right? So the ace just 3/4 seems okay to me. Well, sometimes we will have to bet the sizing also with 8s and not over bet or something like that, because the 8s want to go bigger, right? Going to 4-bet the queens here. Yatsen for... Yatsen, welcome sir, thank you for the follow. Click. Yeah, this guy's just way too tight for me to be calling there without... So in this spot, for example, I would use overbet or check. This hand just doesn't fit that, so we just check. This is an overbet or check, by the way, on the turn here, as my only sizing. But now I will bluff, and I have 3/4. Wow, pretty bad turn here on the queen 9. Top left. I would keep barreling, but on the jack I really think we need to check a lot. And now I will block on this river. Nice. Nice. And another difficult thing about this sizing things is that when you are training against a solver or whatever, you have a lot of time to think, right? But when you are in game with all the emotions and all of that, like it's much harder to actually apply this stuff. This might already be a fold, guys. Yeah, this guy's too tight. I'm just folding here. As my only sizing here on the turn, I will just overbet this one. And ace jack just overbets every single time, especially on a 38. Like applying and thinking about all the sizings and all of this stuff, like it's very hard in game, and this is a process, right? And this is how you get better at poker, and it's not easy at all. A lot of people like think that there's no skill involved, but man, I would argue that there's a lot of skill involved, and it's very hard, man. It's very hard. And to perfect the game, and then you have multiple layers, right? Because you can have, like, you can change your sizings. I would 4-bet, but this guy's too tight. You can actually change your sizings based on exploitative reasons, and that's another level, right? Because, yeah, this one is just so complicated, and the reason is that the sizings that the solver gives you is based on a perfect strategy, right? But if you're playing against people that are not playing perfect, they are not playing the good strategy, you can use, for example, let's say in a spot where the solver is not capped on the river, and you just don't go all in, for example. But against certain players, wow, what the fuck is this guy doing? But against certain players, you can actually go all in because you know that they are capped, and that's an exploit, right? And that's another layer that you can build upon, right? And this gets so complicated and so complex, and it's very hard, right? It's very hard to figure all of this out, and that's why it takes a lot of study and a lot of dedication. Against this sizing, can we call? Against a likely recreational? Well, I don't know. I will call. I'll actually block here. I will not talk too much about this one. Oh, we actually get there. That's interesting. I'll block again now for value. Yeah, check, and now he bets. Yeah, I do think we need to call this one. It's just like, does he bluff enough? I don't know. So I will call. Nice one. Yeah, there are many layers to this, guys, and it's not easy. Well, for example, this guy is using a very good sizing on the flop. This means that this guy's probably a studied reg, because this is the correct sizing. I mean, he should overbet, but betting big on this flop is actually okay. And I was so distracted that I think that I should call with the 9 of clubs there, actually. But I was just talking about the decision, is sizing. Yeah, I'm going to call one here with the ace queen, queen of spades. Backdoor straight. Well, I will check back against the recreational though. On the turn. But now I will bluff. Now I will bluff, guys. Now I will bluff. That's... On King 9-7 for Rainbow, BB versus EP, solver uses 4 means. Yeah, but the thing is that I'm just using one sizing. I was just explaining my strategy there. On the turn, I'm just using. I'm not. It's impossible for a human to mix all of those sizings, bro. It's literally impossible. You can't replicate that strategy, so you need to simplify it in somehow. And like, you can't replicate the strategy where we play 4 sizings. And a lot of high stakes players actually simplify to just one sizing on the flop and turn, and that's a totally valid strategy. Yeah, I think it was Button Clicker. I don't want to say that, like, I'm not sure who it was, but I think it was Button Clicker who said that he only uses one sizing for the flop, one sizing for the turn, and I think he said 2 sizings for the river, so yeah, man, even at high stakes, players are definitely... A lot of players are just not mixing. Yeah, this seems pretty underbluffed to me. I could jam there, but whatever. Yeah, pretty small here, 20%. With my range. Well, that's not the best turn in the deck, let me tell you that. But guess that's something like this, 40% or something like that. It's fine as a geometric sizing. And I'm surprised that 75%, I would guess that the solver is using overbet, but I can check that later, by the way, as a main sizing. I'm pretty surprised to see 75 in that situation. Are you sure? I mean, it might be, I might be wrong. I'm not saying I'm always right, obviously. But it's very surprising to me, to be honest. Calling here and overbetting here. Can we even call the turn here against the... I guess so, because we have so much money behind that it's just like... But this is ultra nutted from him. But we have so much money behind that I think we need to call this one. Can we shove? Do we have full equity? I don't think so. Yeah, you'll probably check. Fuck my life. Okay. We have implied odds, so that's why the call on the turn. call the ace-5 here, and 67, I'll check this one. Calling the ace-5 obviously, and this one I will just bet no. Wow, very nice turn, guys. Okay, what do we need now? Well, now I guess half pot, or like 40%, I think it's okay now. Something like this. Okay, calls, and we will jam the river, guys. Value, of course. Hopefully he doesn't have aces. Or ace 10 suited. Queens. Yeah, that's pretty light call. My eyes. Yeah, I would be pretty surprised if the solver doesn't mainly use overbet there. Actually a very big overbet, but I will actually check. Here, he'll stay here, because I will actually check that end in the solver for sure. I'm actually very curious. I would say that even 250% on the turn, it might be used there, so. But obviously I can be wrong, of course. We are all trying to improve, sir. Yeah, check, check, check. Yeah, I'm just... Oh, the guy just check raises small. Yeah, 50% of hands. I mean, this is super underbluffed, but guys, like 60% of hands. I don't know. This is a regression. We might be raising like the 10 of spades. Oh wait, we have the jack of spades. Oh man, I misread my hand. I thought I had the queen of spades there. Well, shit. I'm actually going to fold. If I had the queen of spades, I know I'm folding, but the jack of spades, I'm folding. Yeah, you see? That was pretty funny. Holy shit. I thought I had the queen of spades. I misread my hand there. Fuck. That was pretty funny. If I had the queen of spades, I would definitely call. I would not fold against the recreational there. Bro, I actually want to use that. I actually will check that and then continue, because I'm pretty curious about that. It's okay to simplify IP when you PFR, but when you PV, you can't use one size. Because you want to merge a lot of ends and polarize. In a lot of spots, the EV loss is just like applying two sizings correctly is just so hard. This should be bigger. I fucked up here. Applying two sizing is so hard that the EV gain is just not worth it. But if you can apply it, definitely go for it. Yeah, here in a splash pot, this hand just goes bet, 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 I guess. Can we fold to a jam? Yeah, I don't think we can fold to a jam. Fuck, this sucks, man. Yeah, splash pot, guys. I really don't think we can fold for the rest. Yeah, that's... Really? Gets rewarded. Yeah. Yeah, I'll check that, bro. Need to close the software. Identify main and split between 3 overbet sizes? Yeah. I don't think you need that. But I will check the preferred sizing if we are only using one. But I really think that like we are probably using like even very big overbets, like 250% and checking like a lot. I think that's in a lot of spots that's the strategy now. I'm not sure if in that spot particularly it will be. So I close GG. And let's check that out. Guys, in the meanwhile, I will keep playing, guys, don't worry. Let me just check that because I'm curious. Now, guys, in the meanwhile, if you guys want to do this type of study, which is very important if you want to improve, !GTO, sign up using my link. In the first purchase, you get 10% discount and you up the stream. So I think that's pretty good for you guys. Okay, so it was BB versus EP, and the board was, what did you say? King 9-7. King 9-7, I guess it was rainbow. And it was check, and the turn was a 4 rainbow, right? Something like this. Yeah, obviously we have all of these strategies, but you can see already that our main size is over about 250%, like I said. Kirill, bro, come on. I told you, bro. 250%, what did I say? But, guys, we can do this in GTO Wizard, by the way. We can AI solve this and say, okay, I want one sizing on the flop, I want one sizing on the turn, and I want 2 sizings on the river, right? So this is our strategy. Like, this is mainly what I use. Sometimes I specify, like you can specify the sizes to compare. So you input the sizings you want, and it will compare all the sizings, and then it will give you, like, for example, on the river, it will give you the 2 best sizings from the sizings you input. But in this case, I will just leave it like this. So we AI solve this, right? And you will see that on the flop, it will just give you the perfect sizing. So Solver thinks that the best sizing to use with our strategy on the flop is just 67% as under the gun. But check, turn can be 4, and now it will pick one sizing, right? 284%. Kirill, you're wrong. Admit it, bro. Come on. I told you. Very big sizing. You can see that the overbet is a very big sizing. Now, if you don't go for this massive overbet, you will not lose much EV. If we go for something like 150, you can see, by the way, guys, for the guys that are not familiar with GTO Wizard, you can see here that the big blind has an EV of 178 with this strategy. And let's change the sizing to 150, right? And now we will compare our EV, right? 177. So we lose a little bit, like, but this is negligible, right? Very little EV loss. But you can see that, yeah, we changed our strategy. So we can do this in real time. Now, if you add, let's say we have like the 284, and let's say we add like a block sizing, let's say. So 178. And you can see that the strategy is basically the same. So you don't gain anything by implementing 2 sizings here, guys, as you can see. So just one sizing will definitely yield you the most, like the very good EV, right? But to know that you actually want to use these huge sizings, you have to study a lot. And yeah, this is not easy at all. I'm not saying this is easy to figure out, and this is why you use a tool like GTO Wizard to figure this out, right? But you will see, for example, on the queen, I guess it will start using smaller sizings. Let's check that out. No, it still uses the 284. This is surprising to me a little bit. That's interesting. I actually thought that it would use, let me see the jack. I thought that it would use smaller sizings on the queen. Yeah, on the jack, for example, you can see that the sizing, and you can see like I was wrong on the queen, right? But I knew that on the jack or the queen it would use smaller sizings. I just didn't know. I don't know why on the queen is using the larger sizing. It has something to do with how in position is c-betting and all of that. So this is not like I said, guys. It's very hard. It's a very hard topic, and this is the most important thing that you need to understand about the poker, in my opinion. And if you get really, really good at this, it will crush the games, guys. So using a tool like this is very important for you. So if you want, sign up. My link is in the chat or !GTO, and you can sign up through me, help the stream, and get better as a player and actually improve. This is the best way to improve, guys. Understand why these sizings are being used. How did I know that it would use an overbet size? How did I know on the turn that this would be the strategy? And because I study a lot these spots, right? So yeah, Kirill, I stopped for you, bro. Let's go. Okay, I will reopen the software. I will keep playing, guys. Don't worry. Just 1 second, guys. Okay, so let's go. Let's keep playing, guys, for a little bit more. Drinking my coffee. Going to check the turn with the nines, checking the king nine. This guy shoves. Yeah, I can see that, for example, in this spot he should polarize, right? And he's using the smaller sizing, and he's definitely losing EV by using this. Doesn't make any sense. Do we call here, guys, for the stream? No. Too many big blinds, I guess. I don't know. This guy seems crazy, so... I'm folding. Nine, check. Oops, I need to open the challenge information. Sorry, guys. Blocking bluffs, a little bit of the bluffs. Yeah, this guy's too needy. I'll just hold. And again, this should be an overbet or check for him. Double barrel here. I need to open the challenge information. Sorry about that, guys. Just 1 second. What? Going to check call. Pretty bad river, obviously. It's going to win. Oh! That's lucky. That's lucky for us. Very lucky. We can block here, but this end's just a tiny bit too weak for me to block there. Yeah. Hey, sir. Take it. Off the pot. Yeah, I will X blue fold. Very hard to find bluffs. IMO. We can check raise sometimes this one, but on a 99 I will just check call. On a 24 I will bet. I will overbet. Guy bets off. 2 over cards out with a king of clubs. I will actually raise the turn here. Well, snaps. And he leads. What? It doesn't make any fucking sense, but this is pretty underbluffed in my opinion. Well, I will still call, but yeah. Oh my god, how do you play like this, Solveig? I should have folded there. That's a retarded call for me. Yeah, 55% of hands I'm just not folding an ace here. I'm just not. So I'll actually bluff this one. For example, in the multi-way pots we need I would overbet or check this heads up, but multi-way we need to decrease our sizings. Because we are facing 2 ranges, so we don't want to put as much money in with our range. Obviously 4-betting the kings. 0.25. Here we check again. On a 97 I'll check the kings here. Fold. And yeah, I'm just jamming, I mean. Yeah, I don't like checking because it's just so hard for him to have a bluff that... Like, it's just going to check back so often with a pair. That... We could also block... But it's very few hands in our range that want to actually block there, I think. Queens, maybe. Even that's pretty close. Yeah, calling one here, queen 8. E double barrels, we just fold the queen 8. Not enough equity, I think. We can bluff sometimes the 4s on a 55, I'll just check. And now we call. This is a very good calling hand on the river. Very, very good. Very good calling hand on the river here, guys. Yeah, we really can't fold. We unblock all the bluffs, so very easy call. Yep. Like, I prefer calling this than jacks here, guys. Just so that you understand. I prefer calling the 4s than the jacks. Precisely because we're not blocking his bluffs like that. When squeeze the queen 10 here, king queen 10. Holy shit, king queen. Hopefully this motherfucker doesn't jam. Okay. Steep betting. 25. $84 I will check. Yep, this is a very good sizing, you see. Very nice. Give roll back. Very nice, bro. It's polarizing. He's saying, okay, I have a strong hand or a bluff. Now we have to decide on the river. Yeah, he snap jams. So the bad property about our hand is that we block queen 10 ace queen, right? The good property is that we block king jack suited. He doesn't have deuces. It's impossible for him to have deuces. So he's wrapping like king jack suited, ace king, and jacks. And yeah, against that range, I do think I will call. Because I think he's jamming a lot the ace king pre when this guy's involved and not just calling. When I squeeze, so he's wrapping jacks and king jack suited, so I will call. And sometimes, yeah, we will lose, but yep. See? This is how you think through a poker hand, guys. Sometimes we will lose when we call there, by the way, guys. We have a bluff catcher. We are not beating any value, by the way. Cool. We have a pure bluff catcher. Then you can expand your knowledge, right? You can go into exploitative stuff and all of this. Like, this is a very complex game, guys. Very complex, and this is why some people make a lot of money doing this. It's because they are very good. Like 10x better than me, or like 10x or more. They're very good, guys. So yeah, this game is not easy at all. Because there are many layers. I took too long to 4-bet here. I fucked up here. I took too long to 4-bet this. This game is not easy, guys. lot of layers. A lot of layers. I should check back this one on this roll. Anyways, okay. So on this turn, I will simplify it one sizing, right? Something like a little bit more than off pot. On the for diamonds, I would just overbet or check. We can also just go off pot. It's totally fine. Ace 10 is a very frequent 4-bet, I think, so I will just do it. Oops. I regret it. I'm going to call here. It's very rare that I do this, but these guys are short. And they do seem like recreationals, so I don't mind calling here. Even though these guys seem pretty aggressive. We just get out of the way, guys, unfortunately. Well, we check raise the 6-4 a lot. I will do it. We definitely polarize very, and on the deuce I will, so I will just overbet. Like we have 5-4, we have 3s, deuces, yeah. But I don't like bluffing this hand because we are blocking hands like, we are actually not blocking much. We are actually not blocking too much here. Is this a jam? I'm actually in very big doubt if this isn't a jam. Yeah, I guess I will give up. I do think that this might be a jam. Now, in theory, a jam makes 0, so yeah, because we are blocking these types of hands. Does he call that? I'm not sure. Well, this is a recreational, but the jack is a pretty bad card for us. I will just check. Wow, off pot. Do we jam? Is this too thin to jam for value against off pot? I don't think so. Wouldn't he bet bigger with a jack? So I will just jam for value. I'm not sure. Wouldn't he bet bigger with a jack? I do think so, right? Not sure about that one. And I think that if he has a queen, he's always, like, not always, but a lot of the time calling. Ooh. Oh man, what a shitty situation. Like, this is the only spot here that I'm pretty lost at 25 NL. I just don't have any clue of what the fuck they are doing in these spots. I guess I will just fold, guys. I have no clue, honestly. Guy just pots, I will just call. This seems like a very aggressive recreational. Yeah, now we just polarize here. This one we just fold. Okay. Now we just shove. We are saying we have like 2-pair plus. Even 2-pair is kind of thin on this river, so we are saying we have like straight plus, I would say, or set plus. Let's go. Well, now I will lead definitely. Just going off pot with the lead. Just because these guys are recreation, nothing else. Python Poker, what a call with King Queen suited. Nice, thank you, man. Guess those hands you mentioned might go all in. Jack Jack. Got to use the dependent logic. Yeah, I mean, a lot of poker is about assumptions, right? When you try to play an optimal strategy, a lot depends on the pre-flop ranges. A lot depends on a lot is assumptions, right? And the best players make the like, when we talk about exploitative stuff, for example, the best players make the best assumptions a lot of the time, right? And they take decisions based on those assumptions, and a lot of the time they will be correct. This guy's too tight for me to... Wow, check raise. I'm going to bluff the a7 here twice. Call. Guys, I don't think I'm folding. This guy seems like a recreational. Ugh, 40% of hands. If this guy's a recreational, we can't just fold ever this hand. Do we shove though? I don't think so. Yeah, now I just call down, guys. If he has it, he has it. That's kind of it. Yeah, recreational get like you will have a king here for sure, but recreationals just do too many random shit for me to fold this hand, I think. But yeah, it's a king. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I might have to check that spot actually against population. That might be a mistake. But they just do too random shit. You guys already saw this in this challenge a lot. Okay, anyways. Just drink some water. This is a recreational. Ah, fuck. This is definitely a donkable board. Multi-way, I'm not sure, obviously. It's kind of like winging it a bit. Obviously, we need to call one. Well. Oh man, this will be hard. Yeah, now I do think that we value bet really small. To get value from like 6s, 7s, 8s. He definitely might have jacks here, but I'm just going to bet small. If he jams, I fold. There is no way we can call, guys. Unfortunately. 6s. 7s, let's go. I'm dialed in today. Dialed in. board uses off bot or check. We can also go 3/4. I will go off bot because it's a little bit shorter. I will call the turn here. Call, check. The trap, and we just call against the recreational guys. Well, I will just call and call river. Well, Queen Jack got there, but obviously we call. Oh my god. Yeah, that's obviously very unlucky, guys. There's nothing we can do there, for sure. I will just block this one. A lot of blocks here. Oh, he raises. We just pitch. This call King Jack off, yeah. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. He had a blocker to the straight. I don't know. It's a recreational, so pretty standard stuff happening. Pretty needy guy. 3-betting from the big blind. This is very concerning. I will not 4-bet. And here I will just use pot. I'm not even sure if we can call one here against this sizing. Against such a tight guy, I will just make the fold, guys. I do think that this end might call sometimes, but yeah. me check back the tens. What? What the fuck is this lead, man? What the hell? Guess I call. And now we just call. I mean, too little behind. If he ever has a bluff, I mean. Yeah. I mean, he might have jacks. Like, I just don't understand this play from him. He's just too little behind, guys. If he ever has a bluff, I mean, we are printing. Like, he doesn't need to find any bluffs. I just don't see what the fuck he's jamming. Does he have a deuce? It's impossible, right? Yeah, you can see how we can't fold ever. That guy's a reg ratio. I thought it was a reg. Yes, reg stat. I just don't understand these stats. I don't understand these stats, guys. Music stopped. Yeah, if he ever has a bluff, we just printing there, so. Okay. Guys, I will take a small break. 5-minute break. I will put a video for you guys to watch. I have to go to the bathroom. And then I will be back. I have to take a piss, guys. I will put a video for you guys to watch on YouTube. One of my videos. So if you want, if you're here on the stream, yeah, I'm just folding this one. If you're here on the stream on Twitch, exclamation mark YouTube, guys, go watch my videos there. Pretty cool videos, I think. Or they are pretty bad, I don't know. I'll put a play and explain. A 50 NL, play and explain. Unfortunate. I should have called just 50 NL, play and explain? Maybe? No. 25 NL, play and explain. What do you guys think about that? What do you guys think about that? 25 NL, play and explain, guys. But I will be back in a little bit. And then we will be checking the results after a while. I will play for a little bit more. And then we will check the results, guys. Why don't we sit out, finally? Oh man, we just have ends, every single end. Man. Just taking out the camera. Okay. Okay. So let me just put this. Just see this. Unmute. Part of the challenge. If you don't know what I'm talking. You guys can see my results, for example. Entirely, just because I show my weekly results for this year there. You guys can watch that. You guys can see everything about my results transparently. I show everything there. So go to YouTube, guys, exclamation mark YouTube, and check that out. I also have some plans. I have highlights from the streams, so I have everything, guys, there. So yeah, go there. You can see, for example, these are my results in August. So if you guys want to see, if it's not about feeling good about it. So okay, and I will put just play and explain at 25 and up, so you guys can see. I'll be back. I don't like really calling against this sizing, so. Okay, on this type of board we are actually checking quite a lot. If I had an RNG, I would definitely check. I will check back just because on this board we are definitely checking quite a lot of hands. This hand will bet definitely at some frequency, mid, low to mid frequency, and now we just fold versus the probe. Let's see if we can find some interesting spots. Not sure if 2 tables is enough, but I guess so. Like, I guess it's enough to get enough spots. Opening up Ace King. Here our position we are going to check quite a lot, just because the in position has, in theory, a very tight range, so we should be checking quite a lot. Against a lot of people, I think betting is fine, just because people are like, this is likely a recreational by calling the hijack versus under the gun, so I think in practice we can just so I'll bet the sizing just because I don't think he's ever folding a flush, so just trying to make him fold like pocket sevens, yeah, without a diamond. So if I overbet, I think he will call anyways. So I don't think that overbetting is a fun strategy because I think he will call with any diamond. Just trying to make him fold like pocket sevens, these kinds of hands, without a diamond. Okay, so this end, again, these types of boards will have a very high frequency of checks, so I'll check back again this time. Here I will defend the 7-4 multi-way, and now versus the pro I will call, and definitely calling the river, especially against the recreational. Maybe even raising, actually I called too fast there. That's probably a raise on the river versus that sizing. That's a mistake. Pretty sure. Okay, so ISOing here, opening the 10-9. So this will be a mix between a bet and check. Against the recreational, I'm just going to bet more frequently just because they have a lot more trash in their range, which will increase our fold equity quite a lot. Against a wider range, we should definitely be betting more frequently. So here our position again, this is a spot where we should check quite a lot. Not my favorite spot here, but with the jack of clubs, we just have to call here. Goes pretty huge. I mean, this is a very strong range, to be honest, but I will 4-bet and call it off. I mean, there's nothing else we can do. So now the guy, so now he leads. Against the recreational, I'm definitely raising here just because we don't want to see, like, he's not folding pocket jacks anyways. We don't want to see, like, let's say he has pocket jacks. Now, this is a very scared card. So now that he has, like, most of the stack in, I don't think he's folding. And if he has pocket aces, he has pocket aces. That's life, basically. And I think against the min raise, this is just obviously an exploit, but I think that against the min raise is not folding anything on the flop. That just leads, so it's just a way of getting more money in while scare cards don't come. We could actually like bet small on the turn again, just yeah. Maybe it's kind of a punt to just shove there on the turn, but I mean 0.5 SPR. Okay, another recreational. We will definitely call. Ace king guy. We could start turning our hand into a bluff because they have a lot of pairs in this line, but I guess ace king was just check. And now we just check, even though we are going to lose like quite frequently here. I don't think he will fold any pair now in this line, so I think checking is fine. Okay, so it's random actually. Okay, so this guy squeezes. In this formation, I'm going to call, but I'm not really happy. I could 4-bet as a bluff, but in this formation, they are really, really tight. So when he checks, we can actually start betting this hand sometimes. But I will not do it this time. But I think we can start betting there for sure. So he checks again. I'll check again. Okay, guys, we are back. We are back. Just 1 second, guys. And yeah. Put the camera on. Okay. Guys, I'll play for a little bit more, and then we will check the results for today. You can also check some hands, actually, on GT Wizard, and see how we are doing. Oops, that's a misclick. Well, now I will double barrel. Calls. I do think I will bluff based on the fact that I bet 1 BB on the flop. I wouldn't bluff this hand, but given that I only bet like 1 BB on the flop, I will actually bluff now. It's a very yeah, I fucked up this hand because I bet really small. Check back this one. Good check here again. Now just value bet this one. Up. 6-5 here. I will call. Well, I think that we actually, against this sizing against MP, we just fold the ace-8 here. Just calling the flop here. Bet small again. I am just going to call. Well, that's not the best river, obviously. I'm going to check call against the recreational here. Yeah, we can't fold here against the recreational guys. And here, I guess I block again, and here I will just jam. I'm saying I have a flush, guys, or a bluff. This turn I will just use 3/4. Yeah, this river is really shitty. I'm not even sure if we can actually value bet here. Guess I will blind versus blind for something like off pot. Ace jack, I will check all here. Fortunate. King 8. I do think we need to bluff sometimes, and I will bluff the King 8 on a 19. guy bet small. With this guy behind, we can call. He calls it then. Wow. Yeah, calling the turn there is absolutely insane, I think. Wow, this guy just pots. Well, I guess I just fold. Like, queen of clubs shouldn't really fold here, but the thing is that they just don't find enough bluffs. Well, queen of clubs I will still call one, but it's not like I'm happy, guys, here. Yeah, now it just goes for the off pot. Oh, that's weird. That's very weird to me. I'll end up calling versus the off pot. Yeah. It's just wrapping that, and when he goes off pot, I don't know, that's probably a mistake, to be honest. That's very likely a mistake, I think. Well, against off pot, I don't know. When he pots the turn, yeah. I guess I'm getting... a little bit distracted. Yeah, I've been playing for 4 hours, so it's kind of normal. Under grinder? Yeah, we are here. Hello, sir. Welcome, welcome. Then 23 I will 3-bet. Very infrequent 3-bet, I think. But on a 23 I will do it. Need to charge my phone. So we are up today, which is fortunate. And I think I will just show results and study a little bit. Oops, that's a misclick. Yeah, I'm just getting distracted, guys, so not worth it. When you feel like this, like one extra tip for you guys is that when you feel like you're not playing your best game, it just end the session, guys. There's nothing more. There's nothing wrong with it. Tomorrow there's more, right? So do not worry, just end your session. Like I feel like I'm literally getting a little bit distracted, so let's check results and check the hands, right? Check some hands to see if we played correctly or not. And the goal of seeing if we played correctly or not is just we can improve next time, right? Can work on some stuff. $23, I'll bet this. Oof. That's an awful river. I will still block. I really hate checking this out of position. And we have to block some straights here also. Like some nuts, right? But I really don't like checking there. Well, it's not like it's a big mistake because he still has some bluffs, right? But we should develop blocks there for sure, our position. In position is different, right? In position we wouldn't, but out of position we do. Um, so yeah, guys, we will check the results for today. Stay tuned for that. And we will also check the hands and see if we played correctly or not. Check the biggest hands, basically. Guys, again, for you people in chat, if you want to improve your game for free, completely for free, exclamation mark Discord. Discord. Join the Discord. It's free. We have more than 300 people there, very good players there, 500 NL players, etc. Join and interact with the people there, because you can definitely improve by doing that. Post hands, discuss strategy, all of that. Okay, I will download the hands now, guys. I will download the ends. I am downloading them, guys. Just 1 second. Just 1 second, guys. Downloading. Okay. Okay, we downloaded. Now I will import them into Poker Tracker. And we are importing. Okay, so this is the filter for the challenge, so that I don't mix like the higher stakes that I play sometimes. So below 30 NL basically. And on GG or PokerStars, because I did 1 session at PokerStars for the challenge. Let's see how much we are up or down or whatever. Okay, seems like we are up, guys. We are up. How much? So we are up 133 today. Pretty good session. Pretty good session, right? Yeah. Oops. Sorry, guys. You didn't see that, right? Okay. So this is how much we are up. Pretty good session, I would say. And for the entire challenge, guys, these are the results. We are finally winning at 25 NL at 1 BB. Guys, again, if you're new here and you're watching this, there's a ton of variance in poker. If you're still new to poker, 68k ends, 68k ends, it's not nearly enough to dictate to know your win rate. These are very small samples for the challenge. I do know for a fact that I'm beating these games, so, and I'm not beating just for 1 BB, but we ran really poorly so far at 25 NL. As you can see, at 5 NL I beat after around 40k ends at 641, 544, and now we are at 1 BB. But I do know that I beat at higher just from seeing the games, etc. If you check exclamation mark results, you can see my normal results at like higher stakes. And for example, at 100 NL, and I have more than 6 BB 100, so I do know that I'm beating these games. But we have run really poorly so far in this challenge, and that's totally expected, right? It's poker, there's a lot of variance. 68k ends doesn't dictate anything, doesn't tell you anything about your win rate. So yeah, guys, that's kind of it. Let's check the... just like, for example, I'm not beating at 12 BB also. So you can see that in 4k ends there's a ton of variance, because I'm not obviously beating this game for 12 BB. My win rate is lower than that, obviously. let's see what happened today. Okay, so this is my winning end. There's nothing to see here, pretty standard stuff. Yeah, I really don't like his call, so a lot of bad plays from my opponents basically. Yeah, you can see like these 3 pots are just bad calls from them. This is a pretty bad end to call because you blocked like Jack 10, Queen Jack, right? The ends that you want me to have as a bluff, so the intuitive bluffs, you are just blocking them. We can actually check this end. I shouldn't bluff with the Jack of clubs, to be honest, to be fair to him. But I do think that calling that one is not a very good idea, but we can check that on GTO Wizard again, guys. If you want to have 10% discount, exclamation mark GTO, and you will get a discount if you sign up through my link. Create a new account and 10% off. Okay, so, and also when you sign up on this software, on this tool, you will also get pre-flop ranges for free. You don't need to put anything, just... Yeah, this is kind of difficult because, yeah, this will be very difficult because the 3-bet's really small. Anyways, what was the board? The board was King 9-4 rainbow, King of hearts, 4-9. I should bet range 25 probably. Yeah, 25. How much was behind 91? So let's say I solved this actually, and let's say how much was in the pot here? 31. And 91. 91. Sean, how's your red Discord invite? Where? Okay. Discord. How's your red line? I will not show that here on stream. The reason is that I don't want people to see what type of strategy I'm playing in this challenge. But if you want to know more about red line, I will give you a video that I made about this, bro. Which is this one. Copy link address. Let me see it. Let's try. Just 1 second. Sean. Just write this. Yeah. That's it. Okay, you can watch that video and see about redline and all of that, bro. Anyways, so we c-bet 25 range. Pretty standard stuff. He calls. Turn comes the 5 clubs. I do think we should polarize here. Yeah, we polarize. I didn't go as big because like 67 seems a bit too big to me. So let's put 50 or even 40. Let's put 40. And you will see that probably Jax is just folding the turn already. Very, very likely. Yeah, you can see Jax is just folding the turn, like I said. This is a pretty bad call, bro. So we can't actually review this end because it will not. The solver will not have Jax on the turn. And this is just, I mean, just a punt from him. Bet. I actually don't dislike this call down. I mean, I will definitely have bluffs. He unblocks all of the bluffs, so it's kind of a 0 EV. As no name, what is the goal of this challenge? Do you think it improves your skills? No. The goal is to build the goal is to build my stream because I like to stream and I don't want to stream like so right now I don't want to stream my normal stakes. I think I lose too much EV by doing that. But if I build a stream, up and I start making some money from this by some way, then it makes sense for me to stream higher stakes. So I started this challenge. That's why. Yeah, I don't dislike his call at all. Yeah, these ends are all well. I'll actually check this one out, right? I'll actually check this one out. So he opens hijack, right? Yeah. He opens hijack. That guy cold called, which fucks it up a little bit. As you can see, we should squeeze. Uh, well, it doesn't actually, so call. And the board comes deuce, jack, king. And you can see that we see bet range, just that. Let's say I solve this, and let's put like dynamic, one sizing. No, I want two sizings on the river. Okay. So I would say that, yeah, 25. As you can see, I did exactly that. I went 25. Well, wait. How much do we have on the flop? So we have 88, so I need to fix that. Oh, it's around the same. Yeah, it's okay. This is okay. Call. Turn comes the 8 of diamonds. I rolled very high, so I checked. I rolled like a 90 or something like that, so I checked. I didn't think it would use this sizing. That's surprising to me, I think. I thought that it would polarize. Uh, Let me see if we lose any EV if we polarize. So 18.12, I would personally use something like 2/3 on the turn, or even half pot maybe. No, let's go 66, whatever. It's whatever, guys. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, you can see that we don't lose any EV, and well, it's interesting. It's interesting that it. No, it doesn't bet any every time. Okay, so I roll really high, and I said check, check. And yeah, you can see that he polarizes, which is what it did. Well, he went off pot, which I think it's totally okay. So let's go with the like 52%, which I think is totally okay. Yeah, check call. We can shove, which is interesting also. River comes to 3. And yeah, he should jam. Yeah, the ace-10. Pretty nice play by him. I like this play. And yeah, we have a bluff catcher, but it's just a pure bluff catcher. Let me see. Does it? Oh, he jams the king queen himself. I don't think this will happen in game. I don't think people will do this in game, to be quite honest here. I don't think that. I think people will jam the king queen for value here. And yeah, this 10. Well, we got lucky on this one. Unlucky and lucky at the same time. This one we got really lucky. That's one we bluff catched. Okay, let's see what we lost here. Sean, I'm trying to fix mine too. Watch that video, bro. Well, I mean, that video doesn't really, like, I worked too hard for that. I mean, watch the video, Sean. It's not easy to fix the red line for sure. Yeah, this one is just a cooler, I would say, man. I don't think, like, in theory, we can obviously never fold, so he 3 bets. Let's go smaller because he went smaller. I obviously 4-bet. He calls. The board comes 9-9-7, right? No, 7 of hearts, not 7 of diamonds. We got 25 range, very likely. Yeah, 25, that's what I went with. He called, so I went 25, he called, 7 of diamonds. I do think half pot is okay. No. It's just jams sometimes, actually. Or we go 25. How much were we deep here? Well, let's say we go 25 and he jams. Well, we call, obviously. We can't fold. That's pretty obvious stuff. Not even sure why I'm checking this end. Yeah, bet call, call. Yeah, this one is just against the recreation. I decide to call down. I mean, I could see something here. I could see something if you guys want. Let me just write someone on Discord because I really want to see something. Just 1 second, guys. Just 1 second. Rise over Sun. Whenever I try to play as close to GTO as possible, pre-flop my VPIP goes to around 28%, which I feel is a bit too high. I mean, 28, yeah, is a bit too high, but depends also on if you are playing only 6 max, depends. On regular tables, my VPIP is something like that, but it's because sometimes I'm playing not always 6 max, so my VPIP goes up. But if you only play 6 max, that's high. Doesn't mean it's a mistake, by the way, but it's high. Let me just join someone here. Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Let me just make sure. Can you talk?
Yeah, do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm just making sure that the sound is also going through the stream. So, how can we do this? I want you to check this end and let me know what you think. Let me just share my screen here. Just 1 second, bro. Okay, can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay, so I played this hand on stream. This guy's a recreational, by the way. And I really want to see what you think about this and using Snap MDA to see what you think about this. So he opens, I 3-bet, he calls, pretty standard so far. I c-bet 25, he check raises, I call, he bets, and he shoves river. What do you think about this? In terms of how fish play generally in this spot. We can, like, I don't know how I would show on stream. Maybe you can send me a screenshot of the spot and discuss
Sure, I can
this
send
then.
you a link too, but I think this line's definitely overbluff from fish. Like any like 3-bet pot caller spot, they're gonna be like basically overbluffing.
Guys, I'm talking to the developer of a tool called MDA, Snap MDA. You can see in chat this tool, which is basically a tool that allows you to see how population plays, right, in certain lines. And this is very useful to play, in my opinion, especially against fish. This is very useful because you don't have enough sample against fish generally, and so you want to play like against the average fish, right? And this is a very,
Yeah, or you can even like sub-profile them.
yeah,
It's
sure,
pretty useful to do like aggressive fish if you have enough sample. Even like
yep,
low sample if you have like any aggression thing post flop.
yeah. So if you guys want to join, there's a link in the chat. But let's discuss this. It's better if you send me a screenshot, man, just of this spot in general on the river, probably, and you can talk about this spot as you see it.
Yeah, sure. So I guess we can like start at river. That'll like the most obvious one. So I'll send you their checking range first. You can see like if they had checked the river, it would be too weak. Like the strength, it's the downwards error means like less in GTO strength. So they're too weak. Just because like the range is so wide. That's why.
So this is check
So they're checking
raise.
too much. Yeah, it's like check raise flop bet turn. Then this is if they check the river.
Uh-huh.
It's like good to look at too. And then if I look at betting the river, you can see it's overbluffed. So it's kind of like a standard column, like an average texture. This is a weird one though, like it's double paired. So
Yeah, it's kind of like I thought that he would probably underbluff in this particular spot. So how much are they overbluffing here, by the way? Like in general,
I mean,
obviously.
Like it's like the call of use 20%, so it's like pretty big. Like you'd never fold any bluff catcher even if you had like bad blockers.
Yeah. So guys, you can see here in this screenshot, you can see how much they bluff compared to GTO. Basically, you can see the amount of bluffs they have, and if you actually click the tool, you can actually see how much GTO would have in terms of bluffing frequencies. So I think this is a very good tool if you want to actually build exploits against population and all of that. I know that this line is definitely like over bluffed in position by them, right? Am I correct
They
on
like
that?
raise that bet. That'd be like super overbluffed.
Yeah. So these are the rivers basically. So yeah, they are over bluffing every single spot, right? Every single texture.
Yeah, like even the 2-pair river is like overbluffed.
So yeah, guys. As you can see, like my call is basically based on the fact that I know that these guys are recreational, and so based on that fact, I just call and hope to see enough bluffs. Basically, obviously, like we will lose a lot of the time, but we just need to be right on the river 22% to break even on this call. And if they are over bluffing, like the data suggests, on average, right? Obviously, this guy in particular can be under bluffing even, but on average, without having any information about him, on average we would make money with this call down. Unfortunately, this time, yeah, this king. So, but yeah, guys.
You know if the like turn call is like indifferent in theory?
Sorry.
I'm kind of washed on no limit theory, but I'd imagine it's like
Oh, this is indifferent for
like
sure.
3/4.
Nah, this is indifferent for sure. Like,
yeah, that's what I'd imagine. Like anything 8s through queen.
yeah, this is obviously indifferent.
So I guess you can like try to look at the like if we look at the turn data, it looks like they're barreling turn like way weaker than a solver would be.
I imagine they are even merged on the turn, no? Probably.
Yeah, true. It's gonna be a lot more random stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you definitely want to call turn. Like, yeah, they're like way too weak on the turn, but also they're gonna mess up the river. So like if they bluff the river, you can obviously just call down. That's winning you extra money.
Yeah.
And if you had like a different hand, like if you had like a maybe like a draw that was indifferent, when they check the river, they're not gonna like protect the range at all. So they're gonna like check fold way too much. Also, because the range is too weak going into it. So you'd probably want to call like any close draw as well. And then definitely like any bluff catcher. Definitely want to call.
Yeah. Like I didn't know the data in game for this spot, but I knew that fish are probably overbluffing this line. Very, very likely. I know that in position they are overbluffing this line. if they are in position, but out of position, I was not sure, but I just went with it, and yeah. Okay, man. Anything else to add about this end? I don't think so, right?
Not really. I guess this, yeah, it makes sense to like if you look at some of the data, like you start to notice a lot of patterns in like how people play. Like you just assume like, okay, it's a 3-bet pot, the fish
Yeah.
called.
No.
They're going into it way wide already. They're not gonna be able to like control certain frequencies. They're generally like merging a lot. Like you can come to the conclusion they should like call turn and call river without like having looked at that exact spot ever.
Yeah. Okay, bro. Thank you very much for the call. Guys, if you wanna sign up, check the link in chat, and that's kind of it, bro. Thank you, man. GG.
Yeah, no
problem.
Nice hands.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, guys. That's kind of it. Join the. I think you have some kind of free trial on this tool, which is a very good tool. I use it myself to check out these spots and see if people are over bluffing or not, and yeah, or you can even exploit them by just checking like how much they are over folding and all of that. But yeah, guys, it's kind of it for this stream. Tomorrow we will be back. So we made some money today, which is cool. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Again, if you want, join the Discord for free, nothing. Just participate there, be active, and you will improve your game. I'm 100% sure. Subscribe to YouTube, guys, ! YouTube, and yeah, it's kind of it, guys. GG, and thank you. See you.